diciamo, di parla anche forse di pericolo per la vita.
Exactly right. They do. So yeah, 20 minutes worth of tea and snacks and then on the go. Yeah, well that's going to be on the part. You missed a good time. A little kickback.
double pool. We're going inside.
Chase?
Ladies and gentlemen, former Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable Mitch McConnell, accompanied by the Honorable Elaine Chao. Ladies and gentlemen, former speakers of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy, the Honorable John Boehner, accompanied by Mrs. Debbie Boehner, the Honorable Newt Gingrich, accompanied by Ambassador Callista Gingrich, and Mrs. Heather Foley.
Master, good to see you. Good to see you, guys. Who's this guy you fuck with? Your next door neighbor.
We never put one bigger good pay.
Post. Ready, post. Ready, post.
Thank you, sir. Pretty close. Yep. So what do we? Good morning. Yeah, iTunes.
How are you? Michael Bennett. Nice to see you.
Good morning. How are you?
All right.
Senator, right this way, please.
Hey, dancing. Sorry.
Resume focus.
You started.
My man.
Looking forward to working with her. Good to see you. Yeah. Ships. All right.
Clean this, dude.
walk in the bushes.
Oh, nice.
No former member.
I know, we're on script. Listen, this is the third one I've had to say something to.
I'm not staying. I'm getting pictures.
sir. How are you
Morning,
this morning?
everybody. Good
Mr.
morning. Thank you.
President Trump, how do you feel? President Biden?
Well,
Good morning, Mr. Vice President. How do you feel? Any comments, sir? Nope.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect's cabinet and cabinet-level designees.
So do you too.
Yes. Yeah. Just trying to catch her eye.
Presidential Inaugural Committee. Committee Co-Chair, Mr. Steve Whitcock. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, former Vice Presidents, the Honorable Dan Quayle, accompanied by Mrs. Marilyn Quayle, and the Honorable Michael Pence. Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton. Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush. Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States. Tiffany Trump and Barron Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting Dr. Biden and Mr. Emhoff, the Republican Staff Director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner, the Senate Secretary for the Minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick, the House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jill Biden and Mr. Douglas Emhoff. Ladies and gentlemen, performing O America, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and America's tenor, Christopher D. Macchio. The Honorable Jackie Barber, the Clerk of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs. Iris Weinshaw Schumer, and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the inaugural ceremony committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them, I counted, and of course, the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders elevated by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this inauguration day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this inauguration day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same.
And allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Chief Justice Roberts to administer the Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
I can read his righteous sentence in the dim and flaring lamps. His day is marching on. It's marching Christ was born across the sea, with the glory in his bosom that transfigures you and me. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free while God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory,
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
If you know the words, help me out here. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead, and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, o'er the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose blood stripes and bright stars o'er the perilous fight of the
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
Welcome back to the Hill special Inauguration Day coverage. I'm Robbie Suave.
And I'm Judy Kurtz.
Donald Trump just made his first address to the nation as the 47th President of the United States. What were your immediate thoughts, Judy?
Well, certainly some amazing images we've been seeing all day. The Bidens just getting in their helicopter. We were told they were flying far from Washington to California, outside of Santa Barbara, is where the Bidens are headed. Now, former President Biden, known as the 46th president, and now we're looking at President Trump there, officially the nation's 47th president, holding hands with now First Lady Melania Trump.
She had to hold on to her hat there.
Yeah, she was clutching her hat so it wouldn't get blown away by the wind, holding hands as they walk along together. Just some incredible images from this inauguration day.
Just a reminder that it is freezing cold outside, which is why they had to move the festivities indoors. So I imagine a lot of those people we were watching filing out want to get into their cars or back into the building quickly. We've seen a number of important government figures, the Supreme Court justices, all there. Donald Trump's cabinet picks were up in the front with him as he gave his address. I saw Pete Hegseth, Pat Bondi, Doug Burgum, Kash Patel, and a number of others. Also some tech figures who are prominent Trump supporters, including Elon Musk there. You had Tim Cook, Sundar Pichai of Google, and others up there. And then, of course, on the other side, the Democratic figures, Biden, First Lady Jill Biden, former President Bill Clinton, and the Bushes and Obama sitting over there as well for the Trump remarks, which were, I think, more like campaign remarks is kind of the reaction I was seeing, Judy.
Yeah, I just want to reflect on this moment that we're seeing, Robbie, now with the blades going on the helicopter, the Bidens getting ready to leave. Certainly a lasting legacy here in Washington after a very, very hard-fought election campaign season. Vice President Harris taking the top of the ticket after President Biden, of course, exited the White House race. Now President Biden, I'm sure, reflecting on all that has transpired and now leaving Washington for the first time as a former President of the United States.
Yeah, it's really incredible. Obviously, there's a lot of handshaking, hugging, kissing, everyone being very civil, which is important for continuation of government, for the unity of the country. Donald Trump did speak to that certainly at points in his speech, although he was quite critical of President Biden's policies. At points, I think it was a little uncomfortable, Biden and Kamala Harris listening to that, but they still all shake hands and walk to the helicopter together, signaling that this time, at least, unlike last time, there's that optics of continuity and a new administration coming in, and Donald Trump attempting to deliver on what he discussed in that speech in terms of the expansion of the American dream. I thought it was a really great line about hoping to plant the stars and stripes on Mars. I saw Elon Musk get really excited about hearing that. He gave a little fist bump when he heard that. But a declaration of trying to enact the policies that he ran on, and that he won not just the election, but the popular vote as well for the first time. Something only George W. Bush, for recent Republicans, managed to do in his second election, but Donald Trump has now done as well. We see the helicopter departing there, taking off.
Yeah, really powerful image. Not one that most of us here in Washington typically get. You can't really ride on a helicopter right through downtown Washington. Really, really fascinating stuff. Let's bring in the Hill's senior editor, Jesse Burns, now to reflect on all that has happened and now President Trump's address to the nation right after he was sworn in as president. What are your thoughts, Jesse?
Well, a few things. Just broad strokes. Number one, there was a bit of a change in inaugural tone. You'll remember Trump's speech 8 years ago was about American carnage, this very visceral rhetoric about what he saw as the challenge facing him during his first term. Today, he talked about wanting to usher in this new golden age in America. So a much more optimistic tone in broad strokes. But number two, he certainly did draw a contrast, as Robbie said, with Biden. He talked about wanting to roll back his policies on immigration, on energy, trying to undermine a lot of the things that Biden stood for and saying that America's decline is over, likening his own inauguration to a sort of liberation day, as he put it. And third, this speech was really centered on Trump's legacy. He talked about wanting to rename the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America, going back to the name Mount McKinley for the mountain in Alaska. We talked about putting stars and stripes on Mars and talking about retaking control of the Panama Canal. Trump is very much focused in the second term, going to the second term, on his legacy. He's already been president once, and now he is looking at what are the things that he can do and implement that would really set apart his presidency, and really focusing on that in broad strokes on foreign policy, on domestic policy, and really interesting seeing all of these tech CEOs, these billionaires seated behind him, and the amount of influence going on into the second administration. Trump really leaning on key allies like Elon Musk to try to do his bidding and try to get industry involved in a lot of the things, but staying true to his message on economic tariffs, staying true to his message on wanting to fight for American workers, but at the same time looking not just for this first day and this first week, but broad strokes looking at his legacy.
Let's in fact listen to a little bit of what President Trump said on that front that had Elon Musk so excited. Let's play that.
Beautiful horizons, and we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars.
Let's get your reaction to that. This is the tech focus, I think, of the second Trump administration is becoming clearer by the day as so many tech figures either get explicitly behind Trump, as Elon Musk did, or just become more favorably inclined toward him, as Mark Zuckerberg has in recent weeks. What are you expecting to see?
Well, I think it's notable, we talk about the optics. We talk in Washington a lot about the optics, and looking at that stage, in the first row was, of course, the family members for Trump and new Vice President Vance. In the second row was Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Sundar Pichai from Google, all of these billionaire tech titans who will really have a lot of sway when it comes to AI and the changing nature of the digital sphere. They were seated even in front of many of Trump's cabinet picks. And so that was intentional. That was the optics were certainly front and center there. Of course, Musk is very much the most visible Trump ally on this issue, but we've seen all of these other tech titans come around, try to reconcile any differences with Trump, but then also go out of their way to try to be partners in administering and trying to achieve a competitive edge when it comes to America's role in the world, a competitive edge over China and others who are trying to dominate on tech. And so that was certainly an intentional move, having them so visible there during Trump's inaugural speech.
Jesse, Trump also mentioned the July attempt on his life. It's only the second time he's spoken about it publicly. The first time at the RNC, just days after the attempt. I remember it being a very emotional moment there when he did that. Here's what he had to say today about it.
From this moment on, America's decline is over.
Well, that was another soundbite from the president, but he did speak about that assassination attempt. What were your thoughts about that, Jesse?
Yeah, I think the language that he used was really striking when he talked about saying, almost like he was invoking a divine calling, saying that he believes that his life was spared because God wanted him to become president and to make America great again, is the phrase that he used. And so certainly, a reflective moment in his inaugural address and a kind of personal moment. I think you're right. The last time we saw him kind of reflect in those terms was at the RNC speech, which was a much more kind of stoic approach in that part of his speech to the significance of him re-emerging, having this major political comeback, and now being the president, commander-in-chief, and the 47th president again. This is, certainly factors into that, and I think it also just underscores the gravity of, Trump realizes, none of this can be taken for granted, his political comeback and making use of these next 4 years. He's going to have Republican control in the House and Senate, at least for the next couple of years, and trying to really hit the ground running that first 100 days when he really has the most political capital to expend.
And we do have that clip of President Trump reflecting on that moment at his rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, earlier this year, that attempt on his life. Let's see that.
Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again.
Thank you, Jesse Burns, so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, let's head over to Capital One Arena, where the Hill's technology reporter Miranda Nazaro is camped out waiting for the parade to begin shortly. Miranda, are you there? Great to see you.
For the next 4 years.
I'm here. Hello.
Thank you so much for joining us. What is the crowd's energy like right now?
And the last thing I'll say is...
Right. It is a very excited crowd. We just had Trump wrap up his remarks, and J.D. Vance right now is going, the new Vice President of the United States. They are very excited, and we know that Trump is coming here in just a few hours. And yeah, everybody's excited. Almost every single seat is filled up, and yeah, a lot of excitement.
It sounds like a lot of energy is already starting up there, Miranda. What are we expecting to see today?
Yeah, so obviously all of the inaugural activities were moved inside. So around 2 or 3 p.m., the new president, Trump, will come here. He will be delivering remarks, and they will be doing a sort of parade here. Inside, indoors, not outdoors anymore. And yeah, and most of these people have already been here for 4, 5, 6 hours. So it's a long day for them, but they already seem so excited. And obviously, Trump coming is kind of going to be the peak of their day.
Well, in a surprise move on Saturday night, Trump did announce a crypto coin of his own, which skyrocketed in value in just 48 hours. What can you tell us about its current value today?
Right, so Trump announced the meme coin on Friday night, which actually was taking place while David Sachs, his new AI and crypto czar, was hosting the, quote, crypto ball here in D.C., where a bunch of the top leaders in crypto came together to celebrate Trump's inauguration. And as for the value, it skyrocketed. It was trading at about $10 each on Friday, and by Sunday it was up to $70. Now, First Lady Melania Trump also launched a meme coin on Sunday, and that kind of actually messed with the value of Trump's coin for a little bit, but it's since recovered. And Melania's was trading at about $5 each as of Sunday afternoon.
Miranda, I'm wondering, some will view this as extremely unethical, these meme coins. Are there any legal issues involved?
Right, so the legal issues are still a little bit murky. As you mentioned, the ethical issues have already been raised, and basically when you are buying a meme coin, some people think that you're just directly giving cash into the president's piggy bank, and obviously that raises ethical concerns. Now, where legally he could face issues is if we see foreign interests or special interests buying it to buy influence. Now, that is bribery of a president. He is now the sitting president again. So that is something to be looked at. Legal experts kind of disagree on whether it will actually be enforceable, but that'll be to come depending on who actually uses the meme coins.
We're having a lot of discussions about leaders in the tech sector either explicitly getting behind Donald Trump or at least trying to make amends with him for past conflicts. We've seen that from Mark Zuckerberg and several others who are there, who were sitting with his family and with his cabinet appointees as he was inaugurated. What do you make of this new reality we might be living in soon or are already living in, where the Republican Party and its leader, Donald Trump, is on really friendly ground and then some with the richest and most important people in the tech sphere?
Right. So today was showcasing what we've seen started to play out for months, and that is we're seeing an overall rightward shift in Silicon Valley. So Silicon Valley is traditionally deep blue. However, we've seen some of the world's biggest tech leaders, as you mentioned, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Google's Sundar Pichai. They are clearly trying to make well with the president, who has in the past slammed their companies and such, but they seem to be reconciling. And I think this is just a new era, as you say, that we're getting into, where it seems like Silicon Valley, or at least the major players there, are just overall becoming a lot more friendlier to the right side. Silicon Valley also didn't traditionally get involved in politics. The fact that they were literally physically sitting there at today's inauguration, they have entered the political sphere, and I don't think there's any going back at this point. And as for why they're doing it, whether it's for their businesses or whether it's for just own personal interest, is unknown. However, most agree it's probably a smart business move given the president.
Miranda Nazaro, I know how difficult it is to be speaking while you have a stadium with an announcer blasting. We thank you so much for filling us in today. And now we're going to turn and take a listen to President Trump. He's at the Capitol as we speak. He's now speaking to his supporters. Let's listen in.
And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between JD and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by that. Oh, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir. Calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000, you could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. This little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. they'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he talked to people, but we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. You know, when you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them. The level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed, and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And you know, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, you know, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crime. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, you know, where her father works, right? And, but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff. And there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now, we've got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect. It's something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? That's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we were winning, we won the Texas border that had never been won, as the governor said. He's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't, oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually 2 sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't, you didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor. Had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, have got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, it doesn't take that long time. They were all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire.
And we're going to jump in here and bring in Democratic strategist Stephen Olacara to talk about what we are seeing. You see the Bidens there now. They landed in their helicopter. They're now heading over to the plane, which is typically known as Air Force One when you are the president. Since he is no longer president, is now known as Special Air Mission. You see him holding hands with wife Jill Biden. Stephen, thank you so much for joining us. The transition is done. You saw President Trump earlier off and running, giving a speech to some supporters in the Capitol. What's your reaction to all that we're seeing right now?
Well, thank you for having me. I've been reflecting today on the bigger picture here. What we saw take place in America today has not happened for virtually all of human history, the peaceful transfer of power. And when you look at the images right now of the Bidens entering this official aircraft, it reminds you that, for all of Biden's political flaws over the last few years, he does embrace something that's extremely important in the American tradition, and that is the peaceful transfer of power. He has suffered the worst political setback of his career over the last few months. Same thing with Kamala Harris. And at the same time, they did what was extremely difficult to do, and that was show up to this inauguration and approach today with dignity and class. And so I think Biden should be applauded for that. This is very hard to see not only Trump taking the oath of office, but certainly to hear his speech, which spoke to a number of things. But one of those things was a takedown of the Biden presidency and Trump's framing of Biden's presidency to be a failure, and to be sitting just rows behind him and taking that all in is difficult for any human being. And so I think Biden does deserve a lot of credit for that.
Great to have you with us, Stephen. What do you think is going through Biden's head right now as he considers a legacy? Certainly can be proud of some of the things you mentioned there, but must live with the reality of being defeated in his re-election bid, actually not even getting to the point where he was actually the person on the ballot to be voted for, given the level of rejection he had to deal with, not just by the electorate, but by the leaders of his own party after his debate performance. What is he reflecting on now?
Well, first of all, Robbie, great to hear your voice. Second of all, I think Biden today, he is taking his duty very seriously. So I think that is top of mind for him. I think the second thing is he is reflecting on this entire 50-plus year journey he's had in public service. He arrived into that very building that he was in today in the U.S. Capitol as a 29-year-old, freshly elected to the U.S. Senate, and has since been serving in that body and in the U.S. government almost continuously ever since then. And today is the official closing of that entire multi-decade journey. So I think he's reflecting on a bit of that larger arc of his public service career. But certainly I don't think it's lost on him what's happened over the last 4 years. I think Biden originally had the instinct to be a one-term president, to be a transitional president. And around the midterms, when he did better than expected, surrounded by advisors who I think were drinking the Biden Kool-Aid at the time, advised him incorrectly, which was to go back on his instinct and run for re-election, which ultimately planted the seeds of what we're seeing today, which is Trump ascending to the presidency once again, and the Biden presidency deeply tarnished, despite having some important wins. You know, I don't think the policy aspect of this gets talked about enough, but you talk about bipartisan wins on energy and climate, on infrastructure, which finally passed under the Biden presidency, on a pretty major gun violence prevention bill that many other presidents, including Obama, had tried to pass. And so he has some of these massive legislative victories, but they are vastly overshadowed by the political errors he's made, and I'm sure he's reflecting on that as well.
Stephen, right before you joined us, we were listening to President Trump at the Capitol, giving what he described as the speech he wanted to give as his inaugural address, which didn't have quite as harmonious a tone as the one he ended up giving in the Capitol. What do you think is the takeaway for Democrats, who he said that he wanted to have a better relationship with Democrats, although he also took aim at some of his political rivals? What's the biggest hurdle for the Democratic Party in the next 4 years?
Well, the biggest hurdle for the Democratic Party, they have a lot of work to do, that's why I'm laughing. But I would say the biggest hurdle in the Democratic Party is changing the culture. Changing from I've been trying to sum this up, and I think I'm finally finding the words for it. I think the culture of the Democratic Party has been summed up by this phrase of, we know what's best for you. And I think that needs to change into a culture that says, we want to hear from you. And part of that is remaking the party away from becoming the party of the elites, which it has become over the last 10 years, and reclaiming its mantle as a working class party, as a populist party, not being afraid of populist voices and independent voices, not being afraid of the audience that tunes in to platforms like the Joe Rogan podcast, but instead embracing those voices, listening to them, hearing their concerns. I think the Democratic Party needs to reclaim its mantle as the anti-war party. You saw President Trump speak to this, that he would define his presidency in part by the wars he avoids. That is not a good place if you're a Democrat, because the Democrats at their best are an anti-war party. The Democrats should reclaim their mantle as a free speech party, which Republicans have taken on more recently. You heard Trump today talking about curbing government censorship. So I think the Democrats need to remake the culture of the party to embrace those ideals of free speech, of anti-war, as well as just being the young party again. To be honest, although Trump is ascending to the presidency now, who's obviously older in age, if you look at congressional leadership and leaders across the country, I would say Republicans have generally been better at promoting young leadership. And you saw that youth deficit that Republicans historically have had get closed largely in this election. And so I think really being tuned into what young people in the future of the country are thinking and being that futuristic party, I think Democrats need to really focus on over the next 4 years.
Yeah, strong points, Stephen, on finding areas of commonality between Republicans and Democrats, I think on free speech, on tech and innovation, but also wanted to get your reaction to some news we had this morning when Biden did pardon an additional 5 members of his family before leaving office. That was on top of pardons for Milley, Dr. Fauci, and others. What do you make of this decision to preemptively pardon people who are not necessarily accused of even crimes, although there's some contempt for figures like Fauci and Milley on the right, then his own family members? What's your response?
Well, I was just thinking back to one of the shows on Rising that we co-hosted, Robbie, where you said if Biden would do these preemptive pardons for people like Anthony Fauci and now his family, that you'd go ballistic. So I'm just thinking about how you're responding to this. But my take on this is that it's, on one hand, you can't blame Biden for doing some of this, given how, given some of Trump's rhetoric. On the other hand, when you think about Biden's core premise of running for president to reestablish democratic norms, this is clearly, in my view, an overreach of the pardon power that Biden has. And I think it leaves people with a poor taste. Now, 5 years from now, are we going to be talking about this? Probably not. But at the same time, I think that if the Democrats truly want to be the party of democracy, you need to be upholding democratic norms and not getting into the mud like Trump. Would Trump have done this if he were leaving office and he wanted to pardon people around them to protect him? Absolutely, he would do that. But the difference, I think, is that Trump has never placed himself on a higher democratic norms pedestal than Biden has. And so I do think it stinks of hypocrisy. I think ultimately he's just trying to protect his family, and I think maybe some people can empathize with that. But I do think it leaves people with a poor taste. And, ultimately, I don't think his family members, like his sisters and brothers, for example, were really going to be affected by too much. But I think he just wanted to play things safe. And but your worst fears, Robbie, have been realized, I think, with this.
Stephen, we're looking at pictures, I don't know if you can see, but of the plane usually known as Air Force One starting to roll on the runway. And as former President Biden now is leaving Washington, what is the path forward for Democrats? Vice President Harris, of course, was not successful in her presidential bid against now President Trump. There doesn't seem to be an heir apparent in the Democratic Party. Who are they going to be looking to going into the future here?
There are going to be 2 important steps there. The first is the DNC chair election, which is going to happen on February 1st. So that's coming up pretty quickly, and that is turning into a pretty interesting race. And then the second thing is going to be the pre-primary that happens for president. As much as people want to not be in a perpetual election season, the truth is that future Democratic presidential candidates are quickly positioning themselves this year, next year, for an ultimate eventual announcement in a few years from now. And a couple interesting things with that. First is going to be, as I was talking about earlier, do Democrats really turn into a we want to hear from you kind of party? That means
I just got to stop you for a second, Stephen. Sorry to interrupt. We're just watching the plane now take onto the runway and getting to head up into the skies. I want to take in this moment as former President Biden, Jill Biden, are heading out of Washington for what might be a long while now. You can hear the engine running. Looks like the plane came out of the picture for a moment, but they are taking to the skies as we speak.
Heading for warmer weather than we have here in D.C., Stephen. It's been a cold one, which is why they moved things indoors. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much, Stephen Alacara, for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Great to see you both.
And we'll be back with live coverage, more live coverage in just a moment.
And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Joining us now is the Hill staff writer, Niall Stanage, also co-host Rising with me. Good to have you with us, Niall.
Good to be with you, Robbie.
Was there anything that surprised you today, having listened to Trump's speech?
I think there are a couple of things that are worth noting, at least. One is his attempt in some ways to cast a more positive light in this inaugural than he did back in 2017. Back in 2017, there was this criticism of what was called the American carnage speech. This time around, a more positive gloss talking about a coming golden age of America. But even with that, then reverting to relitigating grievances that he has previously had, talking about the politicization of the Justice Department, talking about a horrific betrayal implicitly from former President Biden, but not exactly clear what he meant there. And then the other thing, Robbie, was the foreign policy element of it, which I know you and I have spoken about before, just in the sense that President Trump was talking about the fact that victories, as he put it, would be measured not just by battles that would be won, but wars that the United States would end or stay out of. That is quite characteristic of him. It is not necessarily characteristic of the recent history of the Republican Party, which has tended to be more hawkish and interventionist. So I did think that was interesting.
Niall, so good to speak with you. I want to give viewers a little bit of information about what they're looking at here. You see now President Trump smiling broadly while he's in the Capitol. He just gave sort of an impromptu speech to his most ardent supporters, saying it was the speech he wanted to give at the inauguration, but some of his handlers, some of his team, including his wife Melania Trump, he said, were not in favor of a more divisive speech where he called out his political rivals, not quite harmonious tone in that speech. He's now ascending the stairs at the Capitol as we see on this inauguration day. I want to turn to, Niall, the war in Gaza, which is officially under a ceasefire agreement, as you know. Now with the administration in control of U.S. policy, will we see a major shift with President Trump?
It was certainly interesting, Judy, the degree to which the Trump administration, or the incoming Trump administration as it then was, appeared to put some pressure on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to reach a ceasefire deal. The structure or the basic setup for this deal had indeed been in place since last May, as former President Biden noted, but Biden hadn't had any real success in getting Netanyahu to sign up for that. Trump has done, and I think that regardless of what one thinks of President Trump overall, there is credit due for that. It would be generally expected, I think, that Trump would adopt an even more pro-Israel policy than Biden had. So that's what made the pressure on Netanyahu somewhat unexpected. But going forward, it appears that the Trump administration has pledged pretty emphatic support for Israel, particularly in relation to some unspecified effort to keep Hamas from holding power in Gaza again.
Well, switching over to big tech, which was well represented at the inauguration today, Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg has made a pretty sharp transition, appearing on Joe Rogan, vowing to remove fact checkers and moderation systems, and of course dining with Trump at Mar-a-Lago. A number of other tech figures were on the stage as well as Trump was inaugurated. What are you expecting to see, given this new, to some degree new, although Elon Musk has been in a closer orbit of the Republican Party for some time, this love affair going on between tech leaders and the leader of the country now?
A tech bromance, if you will. Yeah, absolutely, Robbie. This is one of the most striking things about the inaugural, was the sheer prominence given visually, you know, in terms of seating position to these tech titans. Now, I think it was very notable that they were much more prominent than most members of Congress were. They were much more prominent than President Trump's would-be cabinet members were. To my mind, that really underscores the idea that the enormous amount of power that now resides with these tech figures, and I think President Trump is keenly aware of that. From the perspective of the tech CEOs, obviously they see business interests at stake here. They see it as being advantageous to be as close to President Trump as possible. He and Mark Zuckerberg in particular have had a very checkered relationship, as you're well aware. At times, Trump had threatened to jail Zuckerberg, I believe. So there is a very obvious transition from that kind of state of extreme tension. Now people like Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos really trying to buddy up to President Trump, presumably in the hope of either business advantage or at least dissuading him from any negative actions against their companies.
Niall, we're looking at pictures from inside the Capitol. Looked like Barron Trump was maybe speaking to Doug Burgum there. Always fun to see these kind of fly-on-the-wall moments where you have these political odd couples sometimes interacting, mingling. Ivanka Trump there. I can't tell if that's Clarence Thomas. Yep. Speaking to him, engaged in conversations. Always fascinating to see who's chatting up who at these big events such as the inauguration. Just back onto tech policy that you were speaking to Robbie about. President Trump has appointed a lot of special policy advisors who are from the tech world, as you mentioned. What type of relationship is that signaling with Silicon Valley? Does that also, what does it signal for tech policy?
In relation to Silicon Valley, I think that we are now seeing a greater degree of closeness between people in the tech world and the incoming Trump administration. At one time, it was just assumed that Silicon Valley was overwhelmingly liberal, but it has actually always had a sort of libertarian conservative element as well. And so we're seeing those people really come to the fore. Now, obviously, one of the most prominent examples by far is Elon Musk and this Department of Government Efficiency that he is spearheading. That is, I think, emblematic of the larger relationship between the Trump administration and these tech figures. That's not to say, of course, that everyone in the tech industry would be a strong Trump backer. There are still plenty of liberal people in Silicon Valley, people who are kind of appalled by Trump. But is now plainly a pro-Trump constituency there as well. And I think that the interplay between those sort of libertarian tech figures and the incoming Trump administration is going to be one of the most fascinating things to watch, Judy.
You know, on Rising today, Niall, you and I were talking about Vivek Ramaswamy's role in the administration, being involved in DOGE, and how he is stepping away from co-leading that Department of Government Efficiency and instead going to be running for governor of Ohio. Of course, he was at the inauguration up there in company with Elon Musk and other people. What do we know now about how the relationship is going?
I don't think we can really say that the relationship has completely soured yet, Robbie. I think that it is an interesting move that Vivek Ramaswamy appears to be leaving DOGE, and obviously, as you say, he has his political ambitions in Ohio. He has always been a somewhat controversial figure, and of course he ran in the 2024 primary against now President Trump. But he was part of this sort of new wave of Trump-friendly Republicans. Once he abandoned his own bid for the presidency, he was very quick and very emphatic in getting behind Trump. There has been some reporting about tensions within the DOGE world. I can't really comment on those with any great authority because they're coming mostly from anonymous sources. But obviously it does leave DOGE very much in the sole purview of Elon Musk. There's nobody else in that side of the operation who has the stature to at all rival Musk. And as Vivek Ramaswamy leaves for other ambitions, that just puts Musk more in the driver's seat than ever before.
Thank you so much, Niall Stanage. We appreciate you taking the time on this inauguration day. Let's bring in the Hill's national political reporter, author of the 1230 report, Kate Martell. Kate, can you tell us about, I know you've been following every minute of this inauguration. Were there any unplanned moments, unexpected moments that you saw today?
Of course, that's the best part of these inaugurations. As we know, the ceremony is quite scripted, and where the interesting parts happen are the parts that are not going to plan. And one of my absolute favorite posts that I saw this morning is when former presidents Barack Obama and George Bush arrived, a staffer turned to Bush and said, "Are you going to behave today?" And Obama behind him, completely deadpan, goes, "Nope." It's the little things. These things are what make it so interesting. And my other favorite moment is, you've seen that Senator John Fetterman, Democrat from Pennsylvania, showed up in what is the coldest day of the year in shorts. Classic John Fetterman always likes to be, casually dressed, but shorts.
I don't think we've seen him on screen yet, or I haven't caught a glimpse. I hope we see him somewhere in there.
He's staying on brand, though, with his shorts, even for inauguration, not dropping the shorts and the hoodie. Speaking of fashion, Kate, I know people like to poo-poo fashion, but there is some symbolism in a lot of the outfits that are chosen by these political figures. And we saw President Trump today wearing a different color tie than he normally sports. And tell me a little bit about Melania Trump's outfit as well.
Yeah, so now President Trump was not wearing his classic bright red ties. We actually saw a bunch of the tech leaders all show up in bright red, but the president did not. He actually wore a purple tie with some red polka dots on it, which, like we can say, oh, it doesn't matter, that's such a minor detail. But in such a choreographed day, to have a bright purple tie, purple is obviously the color of bipartisanship, but with a little bit of red in that. And now First Lady Melania Trump, she continued the tradition of wearing an American designer, and she wore this beautiful navy outfit with white piping and a matching structured hat, looking very patriotic and continuing that tradition of wearing American designers.
One thing we didn't talk about yet is for Carrie Underwood's performance. The audio did drop out, and instead of having the accompanying background music, she invited everyone to sing along with her. I thought it was a very successful, classy performance from obviously a very talented person. What did you think?
Yeah, and it's one of those moments, Robbie, where it would be hard to plan that. That when it takes having an audio issue to have some cool organic moment like that to invite everybody in the crowd to start singing. And we got a very good a cappella performance from Carrie Underwood, who is notably a much higher celebrity than Trump is used to getting at his rallies and political events. So it was a pretty, I think, good showing for her to play America the Beautiful, despite some of the blowback that she's gotten from some of her fans. I would say overall it was a fairly successful performance for her.
And you wrote about kind of the celebrity thaw we're seeing with President Trump. Tell me a little bit about that. Has Hollywood, which typically has turned its back to Trump, warming up to him a little more now?
Judy, it does start to seem that, Hollywood is still very much a liberal town, and that is not going to change. But we are starting to see certain signs that Hollywood is willing to warm up to President Trump. By Carrie Underwood performing, caught a lot of people off guard. She is a country singer, and as experts that I talked to said, yes, it is surprising, but also it's an easier, less of a jump, just a tiny bit of a leap for her to perform, even though she hasn't been politically active in partisan politics. But you start to see a lot of celebrities that are now taking part in, Trump's inauguration. We saw Nelly performing over the weekend, is going to be performing tonight, and Snoop Dogg performing over the weekend. These are names that you're not used to seeing associated with President Trump. And, while I don't think that we're starting to see Hollywood start to, necessarily change their perspectives and start becoming more conservative, we're starting to see signs that they want to reach over the aisle, and they're understanding that, Trump won the popular vote and the Electoral College vote both fairly soundly, and that a lot of Americans do feel this way. So I think they're starting to have some type of a recognition that, going forward, that they might want to start working across the aisle instead of taking the same, strategy they had in 2017 of completely icing him out.
We've actually had Carrie Underwood on camera right now. Tom Cotton in the background. She's been talking to Ivanka. She actually just moved out of the way to get Tom Cotton past. It is always fascinating to watch these, prominent figures from politics, media, entertainment, the legal system, all interacting. I sometimes find myself wondering what they're even making conversation about. We can't quite hear. Are they complaining as we are about, the weather or waiting in long lines or whatever it is?
You do wonder what all this small talk is. And one of my favorite little bits this morning is when the Trumps got out of the limo and greet the Bidens. You can actually overhear President Biden saying, "Welcome home." And, you wonder what a lot of these discussions are. They obviously don't have very much in common, even though, Trump is taking the job that Biden had as of this morning. But you start to wonder then, you see a lot of these tech folks that, a few years ago would not have been here, and they're mingling with some of these party elites. And it makes for some fascinating people watching and dynamics.
It absolutely does. We see a wide shot there at the Capitol of this wild scene that we were talking about with folks from all different areas, political, judicial. You see Lindsey Graham there talking to, it looks like, is that Eric Trump there? Just a hodgepodge of power in the Capitol for this inauguration. Kate Martell, thank you so much for joining us and giving us your perspective today.
Thanks so much for having me, Judy and Robbie.
All right, let's look in, and it looks like we're honing in now on, I see Speaker Johnson there, and President Trump is walking in to sign some legislation as part of a signing ceremony.
The sun is a little deceptive.
Yes, it is.
So what would you like us to do?
Sign your orders.
Official documents.
Okay, I assume they're going to be happy with these documents?
Yeah, they're
Trump
might not be here.
It's the next step.
It's a tradition.
Sir, the first is 22 cabinet and cabinet level appointments for your signature.
Okay.
The next one will be, excuse me. The next one will be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments, sir.
But you don't have to sign 47 times.
Thank you, sir. Now 31 acting designations and appointments to effectively take control of the government.
Let's do that. Yeah, that's important.
Sounds important, doesn't it?
And we have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments.
Send him.
Commission chairman and acting chairman.
He was #1 at Harvard also. You know that?
Good counsel.
They have something in common.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering that on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast.
Very important.
It was a beautiful place to have an inauguration tonight. The sound was so good. The temperature was 72 degrees, but the sound was so good. So maybe something to think about.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good acoustics. Yes.
All right. Now
That's
thank
it.
you. We go to lunch.
Great. Very
Nice
good.
to meet you. Thank you very much. There we go. Take that.
We're watching that signing ceremony with President Trump. It wouldn't be Washington without some paperwork, and he had a lot of paperwork to sign right there. Before we take a quick break, happening right now, an operation with military precision is underway at the White House as a group of staff take on the momentous task of moving out the Bidens and moving in President Trump and his family. News Nation's Kelly Meyer takes us behind the scenes.
A whirlwind in the White House. Within 7 hours, the belongings of the Bidens will be moved out and the possessions of the Trumps will be moved in.
We start moving things in from the vans that have been stationed there overnight on the south grounds, and the remaining items of the existing family go into vans on the north grounds.
Brand transformation in full swing.
Absolute mass bedlam, but it's organized. Every member of the 97-member staff are all working. Some people are bringing clothes in, some are bringing furnishings. You got electricians doing wiring, you got engineers putting up things. Everybody's working together. It's almost like Cirque du Soleil with so many characters and so many things happening at once.
Because of security, outside movers can't be used. And it's the outgoing and incoming first ladies that help plan for the move. Former White House usher Chris Emery says sometimes it doesn't all go as planned.
I can recall President Clinton coming directly to me saying, "Where's his tux?" He had an inaugural to go to. And so there was a mad search throughout the house trying to find what happened to his tux. It was finally found in a third-floor closet like a half an hour before he was ready to go.
The priority for the White House staff, to make sure the new first family immediately feels at home.
You know, the right shaving cream, the right toothpaste, the right toothbrush, and having things in the place that he expects them.
The new first family knows mostly what to expect from the first go-around, but it still will be a heavy lift before their homecoming is complete. Kelly Meyer, News Nation.
Fascinating. We'll be right back with more special coverage of the presidential inauguration of Donald Trump. Stay tuned. You're looking at a live shot of the luncheon, number of political figures mixed in with the Trump family. Carrie Underwood we saw earlier. They are seated and looks like they're awaiting their lunch. They've got to be getting hungry by now. It's almost 2:30. Welcome back to our special coverage of the Inauguration Day festivities. Joining us now is The Hill's national political reporter, Julia Manchester. Welcome, Julia.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Great to see you. Of course, Trump campaigned on some lofty promises of tax cuts, government reform, and the like. What are you expecting to see in the next 24 hours? Those 200 or so executive orders are on their way, are they not?
They are, and we understand that a lot of them have already been issued. We know that, for example, on energy and in the environment, President Trump plans to take the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Accords. There's going to be executive orders on immigration. There already have been some. For example, the Custom and Borders Patrol app no longer works. That was an app that migrants could use to book appointments. That's no longer working. And then, of course, on taxes, the economy, we could see some executive orders there. But I would imagine that President Trump's going to want to save some of these priorities for working with Congress, for, like extending those tax cuts, for example. But, a number of executive orders already being signed, already being implemented, but we'll see more to come in the coming hours.
Julia, Republicans, as you know, have full control of Washington until the middle of March. They have until then to hammer out a deal on funding the government. There's been infighting, which we already saw in December over raising the debt ceiling. This time around, do you think we're going to see some more Republican unity?
It's unclear because we know that group of fiscal hawks in the Conservative Freedom Caucus have proven that they are willing to be a thorn in President Trump and Speaker Johnson's side when it comes to this issue. So we could likely see some partisan bickering, maybe not so partisan, inter-party bickering, I should say, among House Republicans. But we're also sort of seeing this play out in the Senate as well. It was interesting seeing President Trump and his allies in the GOP celebrating, TikTok sticking around at least for the time being, and him, putting on that public display of saying, "Oh, I saved TikTok after it went dark." There's been some Republican senators, including Senator Tom Cotton, who is a major Trump ally, who have come out against that and have actually criticized the move. So, I don't think we're necessarily seeing cracks in the Republican coalition, but there clearly are some disagreements on major issues.
Certainly, there are disagreements with the TikTok issue really on both sides, because there are some of the most left-leaning political figures like AOC were against going forward with the ban, and then some of the most right-leaning figures, not even just political figures, but Elon Musk, Tucker Carlson, etc., being not for that TikTok ban. We have been talking about this a lot today, but I think it is in some ways the most interesting political policy narrative, with all those tech people up there flanking Donald Trump, even in front of his cabinet appointees. We're asking kind of every guest we have today about this, but what do you make of the optics of that? And the speech Trump gave really did gesture to some of the things Elon Musk talks about in terms of planting the American flag on Mars. Are we going to see a really tech-focused agenda?
You very well could, but I think for Republicans, they need to be careful about the optics of all of this. Attendance was much smaller and much more exclusive for this inauguration, and you had this visual of these tech giants like Elon Musk, like Jeff Bezos, the president of Microsoft, Mark Zuckerberg. They were all there, and they were standing very closely, or sitting closely to the president-elect. And, if you're a Democrat, you're looking at that and saying, this is someone who is close to the rich and powerful in the tech industry. He is out of touch with your everyday American. That's the Democratic perspective. So I could see that argument really continuing to play out going forward. That being said, though, a lot of the policies that figures like Elon Musk have proposed have been pretty popular with the MAGA base, like DOGE, the Department of Energy, the Department, of Government Efficiency, and cutting down the size of the federal government. So I think Republicans just have to be very careful about the optics of that, because I think Democrats are going to seek to paint them as out of touch because of the pictures that really came out at the inauguration.
Julia, Ivanka Trump was a senior advisor in her father's administration in his first term. This time she said she's sitting it out. She's going to play the role of supportive daughter. President Trump has said that his family has been through hell. Do you think that President Trump's family will have a role in the second term of his White House?
We could see an unofficial role. We know that, he obviously takes the advice of his family members very seriously, and we've seen that play out in a very public way. You see Donald Trump Jr., for example, and Eric Trump going out and campaigning for their father. People like Vivek Ramaswamy, who's a major ally of Donald Trump Jr., running for governor, for example. That's in Ohio. That's something that's not necessarily a coincidence. So you have them still playing, I would say, maybe an unofficial political role. We might not see them in an official capacity, but I think you will certainly, hear about the president, seeking their advice behind the scenes. I'm very interested to see what is in Lara Trump's future. She was RNC co-chair this past cycle and was praised by a lot of people in Trump world and a number of other Republicans for the job she did in co-running the RNC this cycle. We saw Republicans make very impressive gains in the House, Senate, and obviously in President Trump's campaign. So she is certainly one to watch. She was considered a potential hopeful to replace Senator Marco Rubio from Florida in the Senate. She took her name out of consideration last month, but she is still certainly one to watch. There's plenty of time to make midterm announcements or announcements ahead of the midterm, so we should look and see what Lara Trump will do. I think she's a rising star within the party.
And there was certainly reporting that Trump listened to his family members, I believe, in terms of the vice presidential selection. The vice president, J.D. Vance, is actually just about to enter the lunch arena on screen right now. The reporting, if I recall, was that Eric and Don Jr. really did persuade their father to make this selection of someone with a really appealing and interesting backstory, who rose from absolutely nothing, who had a single parent who struggled with drug addiction, that story really spoke to the kind of themes Donald Trump wanted to run on fixing those problems in America.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, J.D. Vance has a remarkable story, whether you agree with his politics or not. I mean, Hillbilly Elegy certainly, tells that story. It also tells the story of a group of voters, a voting bloc, that Donald Trump was able to win over in 2016, and then again in this past election cycle, this working class forgotten vote in much of the Rust Belt of the United States. And in Hillbilly Elegy, I think J.D. Vance talks about growing up in that community, what the plight that community faces, how they, have been, how they feel that they have been left behind in many ways, when it comes to the economy, for example, and the American dream. And we saw that President Trump, was very much able to speak to that voting group, and I think J.D. Vance only helps that.
And we see that President Trump, Melania Trump, walking in now for one of the first times of an introduction as president now. Once again, President Trump shaking hands with some folks as he walks into this luncheon being held at the Capitol alongside Melania Trump. We'll listen in for just a moment. Everyone can sit down and eat. Julia,
I have a feeling people are very hungry,
let's listen in
so I'm going to get this started. Mr. President and Madam First Lady, Mr. Vice President and Madam Second Lady, my colleague Senator Fisher, distinguished guests including the Speaker, Leader Jeffries, and Senate Leaders Thune and Schumer, on behalf of the United States Congress, welcome to the 60th inaugural lunch. Big surprise, we are featuring Nebraska beef and Minnesota apples for dessert. We are here in Statuary Hall where these luncheons have taken place since President Reagan's first inauguration in 1981, and where the House of Representatives once met over 150 years ago. That would be before you were born, Mr. Speaker. In 1864, after the new House wing of the Capitol was built, and in the midst of the Civil War, Congress dedicated this chamber to host statues chosen by every state. Walking into the hall, we all passed under the arch, holding the marble car of history clock. The statue shows Cleo, the Greek muse of history, holding a book to record events as they happen. And as you can see, she's heard a lot of stuff. And as she rides her chariot forward into the future, she looks behind her to remember the past. She remains here as she has for hundreds of years, a reminder that history will remember the events of the present, and it is...
All right, Julia Manchester, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks, guys.
Let's bring in the Hill's staff writer, Rafael Bernal, who covers the Latino political world. So great to have you with us, Rafael.
Hey, thanks for having me.
So we are expecting, of course, significant action on immigration. One of the chief things Donald Trump ran on, something that many Americans signaled in polling that they wanted, the southern border handled and illegal immigration dealt with. What are you expecting to see?
Well, it was all pre-announced, so no surprises here. There's 10 executive orders that are coming out. Some of them are more important than others, clearly. What stood out to me were three things. First, calling the cartels from transnational criminal organizations into terrorist organizations, a couple of designations there. That could have some real-world effects. Then you have reinterpreting the 14th Amendment for birthright citizenship. That the real-world effect of that one is going to be a lot of court action. It's going to be pretty easy. And the other one that stood out to me is reinstating Remain in Mexico. Remain in Mexico was very popular. It's something Trump campaigned on, but it wasn't a very big policy. And Mexico has already vowed not to collaborate with it, so it probably won't happen, but it will be a very political point to fight with the Mexicans over a policy that has very little real-world effect on the border.
Rafael, minutes after President Trump took office, the administration officials shut down the CBP One app. Why would this be so important to the new Trump administration?
It's super symbolic. So the CBP One app is basically the app version of the Biden administration's attempts to rechannel that migration that nobody's been able to stop. People have been able to either throw it out into the desert, or the Biden administration's version was let's put it in through the ports of entry and basically have everybody sign up. There were issues with the app. People using the app weren't big fans either, but it was an opportunity. There was a security issue with the app that it didn't take down a lot of information. It was never designed to do what the Biden administration had it doing. But in any case, it worked to channel people away from the desert, away from the Border Patrol, and sort of separate the migrants from the criminals who are trying to get across the border illicitly and unseen. The Trump administration, the first one didn't believe in this process. The second one clearly doesn't either. And you're likely to see more people attempting to sneak into the country without the app, but you will see fewer people asking for asylum at ports of entry.
Two other interesting policies that came up during Trump's remarks today, renaming the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and then the Panama Canal. Maybe Donald Trump has some designs there. What do you think about those two things?
Well, I mean, the Panama Canal one came up in the context of right before the American president talked about territorial expansion and manifest destiny. Sure, manifest destiny regarding Mars, okay, but it's not a phrase that's very popular in the rest of the Americas for very obvious reasons. So
we don't know if it's popular on Mars.
We don't know if it's popular on Mars. Well, I think maybe the Mars rover has some some thoughts about this one, but there's two, as it always is with Trump, do you take him seriously or do you take him literally? In this case, Latin America is taking him literally Panamanian President Mulino put out a statement just a few minutes ago, maybe hours ago, that saying, you know, the Panama Canal is and will remain Panamanian, but they should be concerned. The Panamanians should be concerned because, well, first of all, they don't have an army. Second of all, the post-World War II idea of the sanctity of borders is weaker and weaker. Ironically, because, you know, Trump was elected the first time and the second time because he believes, presumably, in the sanctity of borders. But that has been weakened, and countries like Panama are actually taking note, and they are taking it very, very seriously as a threat.
Rafael, some of the actions that President Trump will take might stretch the bounds of executive authority. What types of challenges do you expect we're going to see from immigration groups, from civil rights groups?
I think the perfect example for that is this birthright citizenship idea. There's been a pretty much broad consensus that the 14th Amendment says that the only people who are not born U.S. citizens by virtue of being born on U.S. territory are the children of diplomats and the children of invading armies. And of course, that hasn't really been an issue since 1814. And I don't know how many kids the English soldiers had while they were there, but those guys would not have been U.S. citizens. But that kind of thing will lead to immediate court action. You're already seeing court action even against Doge. But you'll see pretty much what you saw in the first Trump administration. Every move will be met with a lot of court resistance. The difference is we don't know what happens when something makes it to this Supreme Court, whether that'll be different from the Supreme Court then.
You know, it's interesting because I of course understand what you're saying about the concerns for territorial expansion that were to some degree present in the remarks Trump made today and he has made in the past. At the same time, I also heard him say twice at least about ending wars, about restoring global peace. We've seen him, even liberal people or people who are not big fans of Trump seem to be giving Trump a little bit of credit or more for winding down or having at least a ceasefire of sorts in Gaza. So, you know, what do you make of the tension between those ideas that we're actually going to have a presidency really geared toward peace, but also one of territorial expansion? Or maybe they don't mean territorial expansion. Maybe it is a matter of metaphorically rather than literally.
I mean, there are two elements to that. The first one is Trump has been asked point blank. He got asked recently in Mar-a-Lago, and he didn't rule out either economic pressures or military pressures to get the Panama Canal specifically. So you'll probably see him start with with the economic version and the sort of political pressure. The other one is, and I don't think this is exclusive of Trump, but consistency is not the top priority in political rhetoric in general. So I'm sure Trump would like to have world peace, his version of world peace. Vladimir Putin would like to have his version of world peace. And, you know, the most peaceful leader out there who has never threatened any other country, the Pope would like to have his version of world peace. This is not exclusive to the way any of these leaders do politics. But there is an inconsistency, and I think we will see very quickly, and we will especially see through Marco Rubio as Secretary of State, how that is implemented, and particularly toward the Americas, because the two most pressing questions in that sense are the Panama Canal and, of course, Greenland, and how we deal with a NATO ally who has something we want.
Rafael, President Trump has sort of projected what he's going to do as far as immigration policy as president, but do you expect to see any surprises on that front? Maybe something that even surprises Democrats or Republicans about how he deals with immigration?
You know, there's an ongoing debate among Democrats about what happens if during the Trump presidency, there's suddenly the option of getting a good result on immigration reform, on reforming the legal immigration system, making it unbroken. Some Democrats say, well, we can't let Trump get that win. Some Democrats say, like, we don't care. We want the win. We don't care who gets it. We will pin medals on this guy if necessary. He is a lame duck president from day one, after all. So I do think that debate could actually end up happening, which is, you wouldn't imagine Trump as the immigration peacemaker, but because he's opening the issue for debate so aggressively, and he has been, and because he is a lame duck president, they're not afraid of having to run against him in the next election. That would be a surprise. That's not that surprising, if that makes sense.
It seems to me that some Democrats think the way forward politically for the party is to try and find some common ground with Republicans on immigration issues. Obviously, you had some Democrats joining with Republicans to pass the Laken Riley Act recently. What lessons do you think the Democratic Party, its various factions, it's not a monolith, are learning right now about the party's approach to the immigration issue?
I mean, you hit it right in the head right there. It's that the party, more than ever, is a big tent party, and you have certain members who will support these bills that for a broad majority or for a certain sector of the party are just bad policy. The Laken Riley Act is a very clear case. You have like Senator Ruben Gallego from Arizona. He comes in as like the new kid in town. He's a former progressive. He's a member of the Hispanic caucus. He's like the young senator, and he comes in supporting the Laken Riley Act. That probably wasn't received in a wonderful way by all Democrats, but I think most of them understand why somebody from Arizona would have to do that, or why a representative from a very purple district like Marie Glusenkamp Perez from Washington State would have to support certain bills that sort of the mainstream Democrat might not want to support. I think that's the understanding that they're achieving, and it's really their challenge to really define what is mainstream. Like, where are the red lines for Democrats?
We've heard from some Democratic lawmakers that their approach to the next 4 years might not be, every policy that Trump introduces that they don't like is a hair on fire moment. How do you think Democrats are going to approach the next 4 years going forward with immigration policy and these policies that Trump introduces?
Well, there's two lines to that one. The first one is they are going to be keeping sort of the oversight of how Trump decides to execute his promises. Like if Tom Homan is just sort of, for lack of a better word, fear-mongering about how many raids they're going to have, but then the raids are conducted sort of within the rules of how ICE has conducted raids, they're not going to like it. But there's nothing illegal about that. If the raids get too big, if the raids get too aggressive, if the detainment centers turn into their worst fear is, and it's been expressed this way by a lot of immigration advocates, they turn into actual concentration camps. Well, then Democrats want to be there to sort of shine a light on that and try to stop it in the act. On the other hand, they also don't want to fight Trump on everything. I don't think they will. They've noticed that fighting Trump on everything has gotten them to where they are right now, and they're not very happy with the political results. So they probably won't do that. And there is the element of Trump is a lame duck president, and fighting him, they keep losing to him. They're not sure they will lose to everyone else in the Republican Party.
There's certainly dissent for Democrats on how to approach these issues, but there is in the Republican Party disagreement as well, even coming off this win. You saw some high-profile battles on the H-1B visa issue between Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy on one camp, the Steve Bannon, more economic populist people on the other. Trump himself, while he was initially against them, then he said he was for the visas. He has talked about, if we're bringing in people from China to study at American universities, why are we sending them back when they finish their diplomas? He said that. So but then there is a faction within the Trump coalition that really, really wants to decrease the total number of people in America, the kind of tech people and the economic populace are really at odds on some of these issues. We're going to see those battles play out. Where do you think? So far, Trump seems to be landing more, I think, against the economic populace. The Bannons of the world are pretty frustrated at what they're getting so far. What do you think about that?
Well, it's bringing out to light an issue that's been sort of splitting the immigration discussions in the conservative movement for, I'd say, decades. There are sort of the economic populace, sort of the nationalist wing that their reasoning is no immigration because no immigration, because they don't like it for whatever reason, and you don't really need to get into the whys in that one. And the other side, that's sort of an economic, the economic pressures. Right now, as you said, Trump does seem to be landing more on the business side. I think it's easier to make a cogent argument for the business side without falling into uncomfortable territory. And Trump is surrounded by people who have benefited from visas. Elon Musk himself. So with Elon Musk, you can expect he has become a very powerful voice. That said, both sides of that discussion, they're pretty well aligned on the family immigration part. And Elon Musk influence is probably not good news for people whose appointments were just canceled on the CBP1 app.
Rafael Bernal, reporting from us even with 9 fingers. You're just a tireless reporter. We thank you so much for joining us today. We'll be right back from the White House with The Hill's Alex Gangitano. Stay tuned.
Joining us now from the White House is The Hill's White House correspondent, Alex Gangitano. Alex, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Happy Inauguration Day.
Happy Inauguration Day to you as well. Biden has announced his final pardons before leaving office, which included Dr. Fauci, General Mark Milley, members of the January 6th committee, and then just minutes before leaving, members of his own family. How are people in Trump world reacting to this news?
Yeah, just 20 minutes before now President Trump was sworn into office, we got an alert that President Biden was issuing pardons for his sister, for his brother, for in-laws of his siblings. And right now, from the Trump world, it seems like there's a lot of criticism towards him for issuing these pardons so last minute, also for pardoning, Anthony Fauci, like you mentioned, members of the January 6th committee and staff. A lot of criticism over this being the last move from the former president now, and also him, doubling down on his intentions that he's worried that Trump will target these individuals. Of course, we know the president was mulling over issuing these preemptive pardons for about a month now, and then decided to go ahead and do it. But during that period of time, while he was discussing it and we were reporting on that, there was also a lot of criticism from Republicans that this was just a ridiculous idea that also allowed for some admission of guilt over especially that January 6th committee. But, former President Biden is saying that this is not an admission of guilt. This is the fact that he's worried about these people being targeted.
Alex, on a lighter note, things look calm behind you at the White House, but we saw earlier that it's a very quick turnaround, a tight switcheroo to bring out President Biden's belongings and bring in President Trump's belongings. What's the general feeling at the White House as they're preparing to switch families?
Yeah, it's been really interesting being here all day. Of course, it's getting more crowded. It seemed like as soon as the president was sworn in, other media came ready for him to return to the White House and sign some of these executive orders, which are expected later this afternoon. But earlier, before the swearing in, we were up, me and some other reporters, as Biden's team was packing up, saw, outgoing press secretary Karine Jean-Pierre heading out of the building. This was just an interesting moment to see. There was actually the photographs that they typically had President Biden and things that he had done in the last 4 years hanging around the walls of the White House. Those had all been taken out. They were just empty frames. I imagine the Trump team is coming in and putting in some pictures as soon as they can inside of those empty frames. So it really is moving day around here, and we'll see. There's trucks behind me bringing in the next First Family's items, and the staff is starting to file in. And of course, as I mentioned, around 5:30, we'll see President Trump come back here and sign some of those executive orders, do some of his first acts as president from the White House after he's at Capital One Arena acting as well. So again, this is going to maybe be a late night just with all these moving parts around what's going on at the White House.
Yeah, we've seen in the last few minutes the flags at the White House go from half staff to full staff. We also saw Trump issue an executive order about that. Can you speak to this?
Yeah, you could see when we arrived earlier this morning, the flags were at half staff still. That was because of former President Jimmy Carter's death. President Biden issued those at half staff. And so just about an hour or so ago, I could see the flag hanging at the White House. Now that's back at full staff. I mean, that was the first order that Trump wanted to issue, was to put those flags on his inauguration day back up to full height, and they're right back up on federal buildings at full height. This is something, when Biden issued this, and it was apparent that the flags at half staff would be continuing through Inauguration Day. We saw some posts on Truth Social from President Trump saying that this is a ridiculous thing to have going on for Inauguration Day. And he had vowed at the time that he would put them on at full staff, and he was able to do that just earlier today.
Alex, President Trump is expected to issue executive orders aimed at defining two sexes and remove that DEI inclusion, those inclusion practices in the federal government. What is he ordering officials to enforce?
Yeah. Earlier today, some incoming White House officials had told us on a call that he plans on basically having agencies describe sex as a male and a female, not going beyond those parameters. And that impacts just everyday Americans, because on things like passports and other federal documents, it will now only be able to say male and female. This is really a lot of him undoing some of the initiatives of the Biden years, which was more, open to other genders and open to the idea of other genders, whereas now the Trump team made it very apparent to us on that call earlier that they will not be using gender. They want to be using sex, which is clearly a male and a female. And they're taking this as one of their very first steps in office to define this and to direct agencies to make this part of their platform. I mean, the president ran on this as one of those, culture wars that we've seen brewing in politics for years now. And if we remember back that really famous ad that largely helped President Trump, which was about how Vice President Harris was supportive or open to some transition surgeries for prisoners, for people in the U.S. prison system, that actually came up on the call today as they want to directly say that people in our prison systems, people in other women's shelters and whatever else will not be getting federal funds for transgender surgeries, and they will be protected if you're a woman who identifies as a woman. And so this, was a promise of the Biden team, and they're definitely going through with that promise on day one to combat one of these, these big cultural issues of our day.
Alex Gangitano, thank you so much for your reporting.
That's it for Robbie and I, but stay right here with The Hill for more streaming coverage of the inauguration of Donald J. Trump.
It's been fun. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe to The Hill's YouTube channel for more coverage from The Hill. Thanks so much for watching.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Kash Patel.
My, oh my, how do you follow Elon Musk when he tells you you're going to take you to Mars? I'll tell you how. He and I share something deeply. We love the American dream. And we have been given a gift by God today to usher in a new dynasty because we just inaugurated Donald J. Trump as our 47th president. And we just inaugurated J.D. Vance as our Vice President of the United States. And we did that because the American dream is alive and well, because you chose that our dream can be the dream for our children and the dream for our world. And we are at a crossroads here in America, but our future is bright because you had the courage to stand for your convictions. So I'm humbled here to talk to you about why I love the American dream. My story's pretty simple, it's unique, and some of you share in it. My parents were born and raised in East Africa. My father in the 1970s fled a genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where he saw 300,000 of his countrymen murdered, where he saw what lawlessness would do if it was allowed to break through the system of constitutional justice. He fled, like so many others. He married my mother. They moved here. They waited in line. They stood in line because the American dream was worth standing in line for. That dream is woven into the fabric of this nation, and our immigration policy is the greatest policy in the world. And now that we have Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, it will become the greatest policy in the world again. But dreams and hopes aren't enough, my friends. We got to get to work. And we got to accept the realities that too many of you know from your communities. President Trump launched in his first term priorities of national security, law enforcement, economy, and global diplomacy. But now we have to retread some of that. And I'd just like to go over a few of the things that our community has been living under these last few years. In the last calendar year alone, we had 100,000 drug overdoses. In the last calendar year alone, we had over 100,000 rapes. In the last calendar year alone, we had 17,000 homicides. That is unacceptable in 2025 in the United States of America. That is why we need constitutional law and order. When I read the statistic that for the age group of 18 to 45, the #1 cause of death is CCP fentanyl. We are not prioritized to go after the threats that face this country, and most of all, that face our future generations. But thank God, we will be starting right now. President Trump and J.D. Vance's leadership and administration will usher in the priorities that I cherished during my 16 years in government service. That we will always, always honor the men and women who wear the cloth of our nation and stand on that wall and tell you nothing's getting by them tonight. And so to them, thank you. To our teachers and our frontline workers and our first responders, y'all choose to show up every single day for our children, for our communities, and we will now show up for you. Thank you for keeping us safe. To the men and women in law enforcement, and maybe I'm biased on this one, our police officers, our sheriffs, our federal agents are some of the greatest warriors that God has ever created. And we will put them first because they have our backs, and now we will have your backs. I am standing here because of the American dream. I am not standing here because of the color of my skin. I'm standing here because I earned my right on this stage, and you earned your right to be here with me. And I promise you this, with every fiber of my being, that our law enforcement, that our teachers, that our first responders, that our veterans, that our men and women in uniform who dare to serve this country and put themselves below the rest of our needs will be reprioritized to the top of the heap because they are standing on that wall, and we will not let that light go dark on them. Whether I was a national security prosecutor, a public defender, President Trump's deputy director of national intelligence, his chief of staff at the Department of Defense, or so many other roles that I was humbled and privileged to serve when I swore an oath to that Constitution, which I hope to do so again one day soon. You have my word that you have ushered in a dynasty of change. You have ushered in a dynasty that will allow our children to live this American dream. My American dream. I am living the world's American dream. I am the son of lawful immigrants. We worked our tails off just like you all do, and I'm gonna make you a deal. I promise you I will never quit on your children. I will never quit on their children, because this American dream does not belong to me. It does not belong to them. This American dream belongs to the world. So in closing, I just want to tell you this. It's pretty cool to be speaking in Capital One Arena right before the boss. You've inspired me beyond words. Your love, your devotion, your commitment to our country, everywhere I go, shows us that we are not only the beacon of hope, but we are the land of constitutional justice. We are the land under Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, where we are going to end the two-tier system of justice. We are going to remove the weaponization of the intelligence community for political purposes, and we are going to put the men and women of America first. So listen, there's just one thing left to do. We all got work to do. We've got the greatest president and the greatest vice president in the history of the world. And so I just need you all to do a little bit more. Every time you see a law enforcement officer, every time you see a veteran, every time you see a teacher, shake their hand. Give them a little bit of your time, because they're giving us all of our time. And don't forget to enjoy the ride, ladies and gentlemen. God bless America. God bless these United States of America. God bless every one of you. I'm living the American dream. My name is Kash Patel, and I ain't going anywhere. Let's go to work.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Dan Scavino.
Hello, Patriots. How's everybody doing this evening? We're back! USA! 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 The 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America will be here shortly. He's down at the Capitol. He'll be in a little while. He'll be here. They asked me to come out and say a few words and say hello to you great American patriots that came from all over the country. Thank you for being here today. One thing I just noticed when we were leaving the Capitol after the swearing in that really hit me hard after the journey we have been on over the last 9 years, especially over the last 4 years. It really hit me when they took the presidential seal right here and put it on front of the podium for when the president gets here. President Trump often says to us on Team Trump over the years, "You're so lucky that I took you on this journey." In the good times and the bad times, no matter what would be happening, we'd be sitting on Trump Force One, Air Force One, in the Oval Office, at Mar-a-Lago, no matter where it may be. Good times, bad times. You are so lucky I took you on this journey. And you know what, Mr. President? You are damn right. You took all of us on this journey. There's been a lot of stops along the way from 2016 when we started back in 2015 with a small campaign team flying around the country, doing rallies, small team, 6, 7, maybe 8 people. Then it continued to grow. Before you knew it, the GOP nomination was going to Donald J. Trump in Cleveland in 2016. Fast forward, he became the 45th President of the United States of America. He had a great 4-year term, and you know what's been great? The last 4 years have not been great in many senses, but he's back in office right now, and I'm just absolutely so pumped up for what this president is going to do. He loves each and every one of you in this arena. The guy cares. He has a fighting spirit, as you saw in Butler, Pennsylvania, with the assassination attempt that came a few months ago. You could say that again. Fight, fight, fight. It's a moment that I will never forget, being there and in the hospital with him. I want to just give you a behind-the-scenes moment with the president and the heart that he has. We were in the hospital he had blood coming down his ear. He wanted to know how his staff was. Myself and Susie were with him, and Stephen Chung and Walt, and even the Secret Service. How are you guys doing? The guy just got shot in the damn head and he's worried about us. Are you guys okay? He's on the phone with his family. Showed him a picture, the iconic photo of his fist raised in the air. Told him it was from Doug Mills from the New York Times, a great photographer. He looked at the picture, he's staring at the picture, one of the most historical photos of all time. There'll never be anything like it. He said, call Doug and see if he's doing okay. That's the attitude he had in that hospital. Our president has been resilient through a lot, and I don't need to get into all of it because you're all familiar with it, and I'm convinced much of it that went on over the last 4 years is why he won the election in an electoral landslide. In Butler, Pennsylvania, when he got up and he raised that fist and he shouted, "Fight." He will do that for every one of you, for the United States of America. He will always put America first, without question. He loves what he does. He's got a great administration and a great team behind him. What a journey. McDonald's, drive-through window. Garbage trucks showing up at a rally, and him on the plane putting on his orange vest. Sir, are you going to take that off? I'm going to the rally in my orange vest. The guy is one in a trillion. There will never be anybody like this man again. Enjoy this moment. Enjoy this movement. And together, we will continue to fight, 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 put America first, and make America great again. God bless everybody here. We love you. Thank you.
Tonight. too? I'm Jared Moran. Hello there. Hello, Cynthia. Same spot.
Officers, just center. Just! Hold, ready, front. Officers, ready, front. Ceremonial. Ceremonial. At ease. Hold, stand at ease. Attack. Ceremonial. At ease. Attention. Present. Arms. discharging your units.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to the Army's premier national musical outreach organization, the United States Army Field Band from Fort Meade, Maryland. They are led by Commander and Conductor Lieutenant Colonel Domingo S. Robinson. The U.S. Army Field Band develops positive connections on behalf of the Army, the Department of Defense, and the United States through live music, multimedia performances, television productions, and emergent technologies, traveling thousands of miles annually across our nation and around the world, and appearing regularly on major television and streaming events. The Field Band proudly honors our soldiers and veterans while strengthening ties with communities worldwide.
This is my country. God bless America. God bless America. Bullets and bayonets, back to the top. Bullets.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade. My name is Dan Tanner, and I'm very honored to be requested by our president to be your parade announcer. And it's great to be here with you. I have to say it is a bit of a different format for a parade, but of course our president wanted to keep us safe, wanted to keep us warm. And I can tell you something, the talent that's going to be going through these doors into this arena, it is going to get hot in here tonight. So thank you for joining us as we celebrate this historic occasion on behalf of the Trump-Vance Presidential Inaugural Committee. The ceremony's about to begin. We're going to get things underway, so if you're with family and friends, been talking in the halls or whatever, get down to your seats, grab a snack. We're going to get the show on the road.
We are not going to play Americans We or National Spirit. No Americans We or National Spirit. Next up is honors. Next up, the Herald will play honors. Next thing for us is bravura.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome the official fanfare music group of the President of the United States. Under the direction of Major Aaron Morris, the U.S. Army Band Herald Trumpets performing their fanfare that's actually written for the 47th President of the United States. Listen to this, it's amazing. This is Brass and Glory. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 50th Vice President of the United States of America, Vice President J.D. Vance, accompanied by the Second Lady, Mrs. Usha Vance. gentlemen, please welcome the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald John Trump, accompanied by the First Lady, Miss Melania Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present a selection of participants for the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade. Ladies and gentlemen, the heroes of Butler County are here. And they are here to pay homage to the life, selfless community service, and sacrifice of Corey Comparatori. Mr. Comparatori, a 10-year U.S. Army Reserve veteran and past fire chief to the Buffalo Township Volunteer Fire Company, who died during the assassination attempt on the life of President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, July 13th, 2024. Their formation consists of Pennsylvania State Police, local police, county sheriffs, emergency services unit, EMS, 911 radio dispatch, and hospital personnel, who all heroically stepped into action during the horrific attack. They are also paying tribute to the courageous service of first responders nationwide. Ladies and gentlemen, at this very special event, let us now take a moment of silence in honor of Corey Comparatori. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Present to you the New York Military Academy from Cornwall-on-Hudson, New York. New York Military Academy stands out due to its unique connection to the president himself. President Trump is a 1964 graduate and has been enshrined as one of our alumni of distinction. This historic academy has been named a Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, that's JROTC, and are marching with their cadet dress uniforms. Look at these, all modeled after post-World War I General Blackjack Pershing's gray uniform. Palm Beach Police and Fire Honor Guard unit, representing the town of Palm Beach, Florida. This group consists of police officers and firefighters from the town of Palm Beach, home to some of the most prestigious people in the world, including President Donald J. Trump. Pipes and drums from New York City. They have performed internationally in Ireland, Canada, Australia, Germany, and Switzerland. And as of this past December, the band has had the distinct honor to perform at the 75th commemoration of the attack on Pearl Harbor in Oahu, Hawaii. The band has also played for hospitalized children, military veterans, as well as the 1980 and 2005 presidential inaugural parades, and His Holiness Pope John Paul II. The NYPD Emerald Society Pipes and Drums formed way back in 1960. And you know, they are the oldest, largest police pipe band in the United States, comprised of all active and retired police officers of various ranks and assignments. Listen to those bagpipes. Let's hear it for them, folks. Here's one that hits close to home for our Vice President. We now welcome the Middletown High School Marching Band and cheerleaders. They're traveling all the way from Middletown, Ohio to proudly represent their school, our nation, and outstanding alumni, including our new Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. The band has performed in countless parades, community and sporting events, as well as competitions. They have also always qualified for the Ohio Music Educators Association state finals for 23 years straight. How about that? And have earned the highest rating in 18 of those appearances. Woo! And today they performed America's Sweet Land of Liberty. And while they cheer here in the arena, let's cheer for him again, folks, from our VP hometown, Middletown High School Marching Band. Ladies and gentlemen, entering the arena right now, traveling from Boca Raton, Florida, the Florida Firefighters Pipes and Drums. And they are well seasoned when it comes to civic events. They've played and participated in parades, memorials, and other ceremonial events across both the United States and Europe. Today, they are wearing their most notable uniforms. What a great photo opportunity. Consisting of the Glengarry headgear and kilts. And they are proud to honor their fallen brothers and sisters each and every day. And as the Florida Fighter Fighters pipes and drums leave the arena, we keep the rhythm and the drums going. Please welcome the Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band. Traveling all the way from Smyrna, Tennessee, they are proud to represent the volunteer state in the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade. And as the beat of the drums continues, established in 2013, that band has rapidly become one of Tennessee's premier high school music programs. This band has participated in numerous civic events that honor significant moments in our nation's history, like the 75th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor, Captain Jeff Kuss, United States Marine Corps Memorial Dedication, Chicago Thanksgiving Day Parade, and a Lincoln Memorial performance as well. The Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band, everybody! Make them feel welcome here in D.C. ladies and gentlemen. Now welcoming the Mississippi Valley State University Band. They're traveling all the way from Itabita, Mississippi. Look at this, gang. This is the Mean Green Marching Machine. They are proud to represent historically black colleges and universities at the 60th presidential inauguration. you were counting, close to 300 from the Mississippi Valley State University Band. You know, since its founding, the band has consistently played a significant role at their university and across the United States. They have performed for athletic events, Mardi Gras parades, Rose Bowl parades, and many, many more. The Mississippi Valley State University Band takes great pride in presenting culturally diverse presentations for students, faculty, and the surrounding Mississippi communities. Take a look at that brass out there. Woo! That's just part of the big green marching machine. The Mean Green Marching Machine from Itta, Mississippi, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our new special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff.
Good evening, everybody. I was appointed by President Trump to be the special envoy for peace in the Middle East. And I'd like to describe to you some of the things we're doing and how it informs on President Trump's policies. First of all, it is an honor to stand before you today as I reflect on the enormity of the role that President Trump has tasked me with. I am constantly reminded of the privilege it is to serve under the leadership of my boss, President Donald J. Trump. His presidency has provided a clear, bold vision for the Middle East, and it is this vision that guides every step I take in the mission. President Trump's leadership has redefined what is possible in the pursuit of progress and stability in the Middle East. His decisive, pragmatic approach ensures that even the most entrenched conflicts are met with fresh perspectives and innovative strategies. His policies have already delivered remarkable successes, such as yesterday's release of hostages in Gaza. Thank you. This achievement demonstrates the strength of President Trump's leadership and the respect he commands on the global stage. It is yet another example of his ability to deliver results in the most complex and challenging situations. The Abraham Accords, a testament to his vision and determination, have also brought historic progress to the region, transforming old rivalries into new alliances. These agreements are not merely symbolic. They represent a practical roadmap for peace, economic cooperation, and mutual respect across nations. My role, as President Trump has tasked me, is straightforward yet profoundly challenging: to turn his vision into actionable outcomes. He sets the agenda, he lays the framework, and he inspires people like me into bold action. My responsibility is to implement his vision, engaging with leaders across the region to find pathways towards sustainable peace and stability. And let me tell you, having Donald Trump as a boss makes this task not only possible, but far more effective. President Trump's reputation as a leader who delivers results resonates far beyond Washington. Leaders in the Middle East know he means what he says. His ability to cut through bureaucratic gridlock and focus on tangible results is the game changer. It allows me to approach delicate negotiations with the confidence that the full weight of the United States is behind me. The principles President Trump has laid out for our approach to the Middle East and foreign policy in general are fourfold, and they are clear. 1, respect for sovereignty. Every nation deserves the right to determine its own destiny, free from the interference of external powers. 2, economic prosperity as a bridge to stability. Through economic partnerships and investment, we can build a foundation for cooperation that transcends historical grievances. 3, courageous diplomacy. Real progress requires difficult conversations and bold decisions, and it is through these that trust is built and maintained. And finally, 4, reciprocity and accountability. The United States requires reciprocal actions from our partners. We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling to fund their own progress. The days of blank checks are over. Partnerships under President Trump's leadership must be equitable, and contributions must reflect shared commitments to our goals. In my work, I've seen firsthand how these principles resonate. They provide a foundation that transcends politics and speaks to the shared humanity of all people in a region. Leaders across the Middle East recognized that this Trump administration is serious about results, not symbolic gestures, but real, meaningful progress that improves lives. Thank you. It's not always easy. There are moments of deep challenge and frustration. Decades of mistrust cannot be undone overnight. Yet I take comfort in knowing that I am not in this alone. President Trump's clarity of vision ensures that I never have to question what success looks like. His leadership provides the confidence and direction necessary to navigate these complexities. As we move forward, my commitment is to continue the work of advancing President Trump's vision for the Middle East. Whether through expanding the Abraham Peace Accords, fostering economic development, or facilitating dialogue between long-standing adversaries, my focus remains on actionable results. Let me close by saying this: a stable and prosperous Middle East is not an unattainable dream. It is a goal within our reach, made possible by strong leadership and unwavering commitment. Under President Trump's guidance, we are proving that the impossible can become reality. Thank you, but I have one more thing to say. We have some special people for me to introduce you to tonight. President Trump has been talking to them as well. They are the families of hostages from Israel who have been in Gaza for the last year and a half. There are many of them here today. Several of the families have lost children and loved ones, and they're here because they're part of an effort to retrieve their bodies so they can be buried in a proper way. Several have children who are still in captivity. There is an American family here whose loved one is scheduled to come out in 14 days, and they're going to be meeting the president tonight. So let's give them all some love and a big hand. Come on up. And now I get to introduce my dear friend and the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. So now the work begins. We won, but now the work begins. We have to bring them home. And you know, tonight I'm going to be signing on the J6 hostages, pardons, to get them out. And as soon as I leave, I'm going to the Oval Office and we'll be signing pardons for a lot of people, a lot of people. And thank you to Steve Witkoff. He's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. He's been a very successful man. He's a great negotiator. He's a wonderful guy. People love him. And he's got a tremendous power of persuasion. And that's what we need. We don't need stiffs. We don't need stiffs. We got a lot of stiffs. You just had a whole load of them. And to the former hostages with us today, welcome. Welcome home. Some of the folks are former hostages. Not a good situation. The 3 young ladies that came home yesterday, you saw that. They're more coming home every day now. They're coming home. But they were hurt. They were hurt. They were hurt. One had her head blown off, fingers on her hand indeed was blown off. She was trying to defend herself from a bullet being fired. Do you believe this? A bullet knocked off her hand. I don't know. You look at it, it's a disgrace. We never stopped praying for you, and we're so glad that you're reunited with your friends and families, and God bless you all. And some of them are just saying, no, my son is gone. But please just bring home his body, right, Steve? Many of you have told me that your son is gone, but bring home his body. It should have never happened. 3 years, it's ridiculous. Should have never happened. Wouldn't have happened. I also want to express my tremendous gratitude to the hundreds of thousands of proud American patriots who came from all across the country to join us in this celebration. It's a celebration of a big win. And you're witnessing the dawn of the golden age of America. That's what it's going to be. We're bringing it back. We're going to bring it back fast. We're going to bring it back fast. Let us also thank the incredible service members, National Guardsmen, Police, Secret Service, and law enforcement personnel who are keeping us all safe. Even though, and they are great people, New York's finest. I grew up with New York's finest, and we got to give them their authority back. You won't have any crime. There'll be no crime. You give them little authority back. The whole way they run things in this country now, it's disgraceful. But it's going to change rapidly. We're going to make our cities safe again, too. Even though we're indoors, we've had a magnificent inaugural parade. And let's give a big round of applause. They were great. To all of the incredible performers and hardworking men and women who made it possible. Those people, really talented, amazing people. I also want to thank my wonderful family for being here, especially my beautiful wife, our First Lady, Melania. They love our First Lady. And also, JD. How good has JD been? And his beautiful wife, Usha. How good is JB? JD has been great. He's another good negotiator, Steve. He's a great negotiator, too. We need negotiators in this country. But so many of the people on the stage behind, not only family members, as an example, Lara Trump, the wife of Eric. She was the head of the Republican Party, along with my friend Michael. Stand up, the two of you. What a job. What a job they did. They worked so hard. They knew there'd be rigging, but they said, we're going to make it too big to rig, and we did. We made it too big to rig. We won every swing state by a lot. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won the whole ball of wax. And now we're going to go and drill, baby, drill, and do all the things that we've wanted to do and bring your costs down, your prices down, and make our country safe. So thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much. What a job you've done, Michael. I'm never moving you, you know. He was thinking about getting a nice job in the administration. I said, no, I'm leaving you right where you are. You've done a very good job. We're not moving you, Michael. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Right here with us also in the arena, I'm about to sign some very important executive orders of our new administration. Hey, Don, will you stand up, please? Don is another one. How about Don? This guy. He's a popular one. He goes out and speaks. He gets a big crowd. He's a little on the rough side sometimes, but that's what you want. He's done a fantastic job, and he loves our country. Thanks, Don. Great job. You've done a great job. And Ivanka. And you know, Jared negotiated the Abraham Accords, which are the biggest deal made in the Middle East in many, many years, and it's really something. Jared, stand up, Jared. The Abraham Accords. And Tiffany's going to have a little baby. And Michael. And then I have a very tall son named Barron. Has anyone ever heard of him? Thank you. He knew the youth vote. You know, we won the youth vote by 36 points. And he was saying, Dad, you got to go out and do this one and that one. And we did a lot of them. And he respects them all. He understood them very well. And he said, Dad, you got to go out, do Joe Rogan, do all these guys. And we did. We did. And Joe Rogan was great. They were all great, right? Aaron, they were all good. He understood the market. Another famous one, how about Kai? Stand up, Kai. Is that Byron Donalds back there? Stand up, Byron. Stand up. What a future this one has. What a future. That's great, Byron. Thank you very much. And how about Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce? He's going to take in more money than any country has ever even thought about. He's going to take in some money. And we have many others. Look, I'm not going to go through it, but we're going to sign some orders right now, and that's really what I want to do. So we're going to sign executive orders. First, I'll revoke nearly 80 destructive and radical executive actions of the previous administration, one of the worst administrations in history. Maybe not one of them, the worst. Anybody that would allow millions of people to pour through our borders from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums, gang members to be taken off the streets of Venezuela and deposited in our country, and many, not just Venezuela. You know, crime in Venezuela is down 74% because they took their criminals and gave them to us through an open border policy of the previous administration. All over the world, they're emptying their prisons into our country. They're emptying their mental institutions into our country. It stops as of 1 o'clock this afternoon. Okay, it stops. So I'm revoking nearly 80 destructive, radical executive actions of the previous administration. They'll all be null and void within about, 5 minutes? Is that them over there? 5 minutes? And next, to gain immediate control of the vast federal, out-of-control bureaucracy, I will implement an immediate regulation freeze, which will stop Biden bureaucrats from continuing to regulate. Most of those bureaucrats are being fired. They're gone. Should be all of them, but some sneak through, but we have to live with a couple, I guess. I'll also issue a temporary hiring freeze to ensure that we're only hiring competent people who are faithful to the American public, and we will pause the hiring of any new IRS agents. We will also require that federal workers must return to the office in person. And we're going to take the 88,000 people that they hired to go after you with guns. By the way, they're allowed to use guns and harass you like they were so many other people. Remember this. Okay, remember? Do you remember a little statement about tips? Does anybody remember that little statement? I think we won Nevada because of that statement. But they went out and harassed you over the tips. In other words, we are restoring control of our government to the people. We're going to take those 88,000. Let's see if they'd like to work on the border, because that's what we want them really. So we're going to have no tax on tips, right? No tax on tips. And we may have, like the Speaker of the House, is he here? He's done such a good job. Is Mike here? He's around here someplace. I saw him just a little while ago. Hello, fellas. Look at you guys. Yeah, I know it. He's great. He's doing great. They're all doing good. The Republican Party has never been unified like it is right now. They want to save our country. And we're going to more than save it. We're going to make it greater than it's ever been before by a lot. Next, I'm going to sign a presidential memorandum directing every member of my cabinet to marshal every power at their disposal to defeat inflation and rapidly bring down the cost of daily life, because your costs have gone through the roof in the last 4 years. Perhaps you didn't notice. Does anyone notice their costs are like double, triple, quadruple? You can't buy bacon. Apples have doubled in price. You want an apple, anybody? Pay twice what you did 2 years ago. We'll put more money in your pocket, and we'll bring back the American dream and to reduce energy costs and liberate our economy. So we have more oil and gas than any country in the world, and we're going to use it. We're not going to do the wind thing. Big, ugly windmills, they ruin your neighborhood, they ruin you. If you have a house that's near a windmill, guess what? Your house is worth less than half. And did you see up in New England with the whales? You see what's happening? So they had 2 whales killed in about 14 years. Last year and the year before, total, they had 28. So if you're into whales, you don't want windmills either. and they're the most expensive form of energy that you can have by far. And they're all made in China, by the way, practically all of them. And they kill your birds and they ruin your beautiful landscapes. But other than that, I think they're quite good, right? Now, remember when we used to joke and kid when we were kidding, but we don't kid anymore? They want to watch the debates on television. They want to watch your favorite president on television. But the wind isn't blowing, so we can't watch television that night, Gladys. Remember? Gladys, I'm sorry, the wind is just not blowing. We're not watching Trump tonight. But I'm immediately withdrawing from the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord ripoff. The United States will not sabotage our own industries while China pollutes with impunity. You know, China, I mean, look, they use a lot of dirty energy, but they produce a lot of energy. And when that stuff goes up in the air, you know, it doesn't stay there. It's not like you got a wall. We love walls, don't we? Not like you have a wall around and it doesn't. It floats into the United States of America after 3.5 to 5.5 days. It floats across the oceans and it comes right over your neighborhood and it falls into your neighborhood. So they all say, we have to fight for cleaner air, but the other dirty air is dropping all over us. So what the hell are they talking about? Unless everybody does it, it just doesn't work. You know, we had the cleanest air and the cleanest water that this country's ever had under the Trump administration, and we didn't do anything to stop jobs and stop production. Believe me, you're going to see a lot of companies come pouring back because tariffs. I always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary. Then I was reprimanded by the fake news. They said, what about love, religion, and God? I said, I agree. Let's put God number one. Let's put religion number two. Love, I don't know. We got to put that number 3, I guess, right? And then it's tariff. Because tariffs are going to make us rich as hell. It's going to bring our country's businesses back that left us. And I'll also sign an executive order to immediately end federal government censorship of the American people. In America, we believe in free speech, and we're bringing it back starting today to stop the weaponization. Oh, do I know about that? These creeps. Deranged Jack Smith. You ever hear of him? Deranged. He's a deranged prosecutor. He's sick. They suck him on me. He's now been reduced to getting on an airplane, going back to The Hague or wherever the hell he came from. We got to get rid of that guy. Hey, was he one of the many people that got a pardon today? Did they pardon Jack Smith? You know, did you know that Biden, while I was making my speech, pardoned his whole family? The brother, the whole deal was pardoned. Can you imagine that? While I was making my speech. Did everybody hear my speech? Did you like my speech? Thank you. I mean, the only thing wrong with it is I had a lot of tough things to say, and I have some great people that work for me. Sir, this is such a great speech. It's so unifying. Don't talk about Biden with his pardons of his family. We want a unified country. They said, don't talk about the J6 hostages that you're going to be releasing today. Sir, don't put that in your speech, please. I said, but I want to put it in my speech. I said, sir, it won't be unified like it is. It's so beautiful the way it is. And it is getting great reviews. You know, if I put things like that in, I'll get terrible reviews. One little paragraph that's a little bit wrong, the fake news goes crazy, right? So I said, all right, I won't put it in my speech, but you know what? I'm speaking in front of a hell of a lot of people. at a place called Capital One Arena, and I'll talk about it there. So we're going to be going over the beautiful Oval Office, one of the great offices in history. Even if it wasn't beautiful, it's the Oval Office, but it is beautiful. And we love the Oval Office. It all starts with the wars start and end there. Everything starts and ends at the Oval Office. We love it. But we're going to go to the Oval Office. We're going to release our great hostages that didn't do, for the most part, they didn't do stuff wrong. You take a look at what went on, and look what happens in other parts of the country. In Portland, where they kill people, they destroy the city, nothing happens to them. In Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city, nothing happened. Minneapolis, where they burned down the city, nothing happened. Essentially nothing happened. All they want to do is go after the J6 hostages. A 76-year-old grandmother was arrested the other day because she was looking at the Capitol or something like that. No, we're not going to put up with that crap anymore. And to stop the weaponization of law enforcement, I've been investigated more than any human being in the world. I believe I have the all-time record. Every day a subpoena. Every single day would get subpoenas. I was more than any person. Alphonse Capone, remember I used to talk about it? Now, Alphonse Capone, Scarface, he was a pretty rough guy. He was investigated about 1/100th what Trump was investigated. My father's looking down at me, my mother, how the hell did this happen? You know what it is? They investigated their political opponent, the opponent of Biden, and then ultimately Kamala. Has anyone ever heard of Kamala? We had to beat two opponents, you know? We had to beat Biden, then we beat him. Now he goes on top. The guy was like 39 points down. I think I could have beaten Trump. They should have left me in. I would have beaten. No, his debate performance wasn't the best, right? That's what killed him. And then they had to change, and that's like you get into a fight. The great Dana White spoke last night. We love Dana White, right? UFC. That's like he puts in two fighters, one of them's getting creamed, getting really beaten, and they say, all right, take him out, let's put somebody else in to finish up the fight. That's what they did to us. They gave us somebody new, but we took care of both of them. So we beat actually two opponents. But to stop the weaponization of law enforcement and our government, I will also sign an order directing every federal agency to preserve all records pertaining to political persecutions under the last administration, of which there were many, and beginning the process of exposing any and all abuses of power, even though he's pardoned many of these people. Can you believe it? He's pardoned them. You know why he did it while I was speaking? Because that way I couldn't speak about it. I was speaking. I didn't know he did it. I finished my speech, and they said, sir, he pardoned his whole family. I said, oh, can I go back out there and talk about it? Somehow that wouldn't be very elegant. Our First Lady would say, please don't do that. But we have plenty of time to talk about it, and we will. We're doing all of this on our very first day in office. You know, don't forget, we've been in this position, really, where we won the primaries in record time. We were the fastest win of a primary ever in political history, which is a very nice thing. It's nice to know. Well, the second election was rigged, so we knew we were doing well. And if it wasn't, you know what? If it wasn't, I would have never run. But the third one was just a monster. Boy, was that a big one, huh? That was a big one. On the second one, we got like 10 or 12 million votes more than the first one. How about that? We did great on the first one. We did much better on the second one. But bad did we do well on the third one. So we're gonna have some fun. It's very simple. We're gonna make our country great. We're gonna make our country great again. We're gonna make America great again. How good a name is MAGA, though, right? You know? I was going to say, keep America great, but unfortunately it wasn't great. Can't say keep it great. It will be great again, but CAG, keep America great, CAG, I don't think it's ever going to replace MAGA. Does anybody like CAG? I don't think so. It's never replacing MAGA. Nothing will ever replace MAGA. MAGA was the most successful political operation, political movement in the history of our country, maybe in the history of the world. Let's see what happens, because we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. We got a long way to go. But we're doing this on the very first day in office, and in just a few moments, I'm not only signing the release of the J6 hostages, I'm signing other things that you're going to love. Oh, you're going to be happy reading newspapers tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. So I just want to thank, I mean, look at this place. It's full to the rafters. You don't have any, look at those people up there. You don't have any empty seats. And by the way, the Capital One owners, they are so good. We got to root for their teams because they have been so great to MAGA, to us. And I just want to thank Ted and everybody. You guys have been fantastic. And the ice hockey team's doing great. Ovechkin's pretty good, right? They're doing great. So I want to thank them, Capital One arena owners. They have been absolutely fantastic. And thank you once again to everyone. And I can only tell you, you're going to be very happy. You're going to watch a lot of good things happen. We got to stop some wars that are happening and going on. Some stupid things are happening. The war with Ukraine would have never happened, and it has. As you know, Israel would have never been hit on October 7th, and none of you would be up here. None of you would even know anything about this tragedy that you're going through right now. But Iran was broke. Anybody that bought oil from Iran, they couldn't do any business with us. You're not going to do business with America. China passed, everybody passed, they were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas, they didn't have money for Hezbollah. And your sons would be alive, and they certainly wouldn't be incarcerated like they are. It's a shame, but we're getting a lot of people out in a short period of time. So I'm going to go right over to here, and I'm going to sign in front of you. Is that okay? Good. You have that other one to sign?
Sorry, what's it?
You have the other one to sign?
We don't have it over here yet, sir. We'll have it for you back at the Oval. The first is the rescissions of 78 Biden-era EOs and presidential memoranda.
You want to call it out? Do you want to say it? Do you want to say it?
Oh, if you want me to, sir.
Why don't you say what I'm signing?
Sure. The first item that President Trump is signing is the rescission of 78 Biden-era executive actions, executive orders, presidential memoranda, and others. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The second item, President Trump, is a regulatory freeze, as you announced in your speech, preventing bureaucrats from issuing any more regulations until we have full control of this, the government and this administration.
Sir, can I have a pen?
The next item, sir, is a freeze on all federal hiring, excepting the military and a number of other excluded categories, again, until full control of the government is achieved and we understand the objectives of government going forward.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Sir, the next item, as you announced in your speech, is a requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work immediately. Thank you, sir. Next, we have a directive to every department and agency in the federal government to address the cost of living crisis that has cost Americans so dearly. Thank you, sir. The next item here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty. Yes, sir. We're going to save over $1 trillion by withdrawing from that treaty. And the next item, sir, is a letter that will be transmitted to the United Nations explaining that we are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty. Thank you, sir. This next item is a directive to the federal government ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward. And lastly, sir, before we go back to the Oval Office to sign a large number of other items, is a directive to the federal government ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.